Yeah, baby. Yeah. The Mac is back. Back with another video. Hello, the initiated. My name is Marcus Jonikala, and today we're checking out Echoes of the Earth by Fluffy Audio. Now, this is a relatively new company to me. Let's go to the webpage to learn a bit more about them. Some of their products like Zen Garden and also I believe the Dominus Choir have come under my radar before, so they are sort of familiar in that regard. But I thought we might start with learning a bit more about them, as we do when I'm dealing with a company that I don't know much about. So seems like it's a dual effort by Paolo and Olmo. I don't know how to pronounce those correctly in however they're supposed to be pronounced, but that's my best shot. So Paolo started the whole thing, media composer for theater, art installations, advertising. Then he sampled his vertical piano, and that apparently the result of that was a library called My Piano, along with a cool VST that no one remembers. How mysterious. Fluffy appeared somewhere on the www, developing video shooting involving friends in odd projects, wine and a cat. One is enough. Cool. So something that seems to have come to be as a labor of love and interest and curiosity, which is always a good thing in my books. And then we have Olmo. Despite more than 10,000 kilometers hitchhiking around Europe and Asia, Olmo Chito, I'm sorry if I butchered that. I don't actually know how to pronounce the thingy on the O. Probably not an O, but that's my best shot. Hasn't found his road yet. By the way, a bachelor in philosophy, nice. Degree in percussion, nice. Always respect for drummers. And a master in jazz music have helped him to stay on the track towards the wonders of the classical contemporary music and jazz. From the very beginning, Olmo joined Paolo in the adventure of Fluffy Audio. Okay, so they have been doing it together since the very beginning. Cool. So seems like a very if it's a two-man project, but seems very tight and homely in a good way. In terms of Echoes of the Earth, let's go have a look at what this is. This is subtitled A Journey Through Time, Space, and Our Musical Heritage. I wonder if by our, they're referring to them specifically or all of us as the human race. Don't know about that. This seems to be the full price, 189 euros. So cool. We'll see how that kind of maps to everything based on how much is in there and what it sounds like. Echoes of the Earth is a massive contact library that brings together an extensive array of traditional instruments from cultures around the world. Cool. So it's not just in kind of one zone in terms of being on the planet, but a selection of many things, presumably. 62 gigs, so pretty sizable, and especially if it's a lot of a collection of a lot of different instruments, and again, if they cannot even be sampled at relatively high complexity, then that still is a pretty sizable, pretty big size, but it depends on the sample content a lot. 73,000 recorded samples featuring an authentic palette of global and rare instruments. While the Zen Garden focused on ethereal heavenly sounds, Echoes of the Earth seeks to connect with the more grounded primal roots of our planet, offering a raw and authentic sonic journey through human culture and tradition. Cool. So I'm a pretty primal guy, as you might have noticed in many ways. I love rhythm. I love anything that's sort of, visceral in that regard. So this might really be right down my avenue. By bringing together instruments from the pre-Columbian Americas, Sub-Saharan Africa, the Middle East, and beyond, Echoes of the Earth celebrates the rich diversity of human musical expression. Cool. Invites the composer to explore, combine, and reimagine these sounds, creating a new musical landscape that bridge cultural and temporal boundaries. Cool. They also say that this goes beyond being merely a sample library. It's a comprehensive tool for exploring global music traditions. So again, this is what I love, because it's a very under-discussed aspect of sample libraries altogether. I think if you can, as a composer, if you can go into a room with a player of an instrument that you know absolutely nothing about, they can teach you a lot in terms of what that instrument can do. If you don't have access to that, then we have sample libraries, which again can include all kinds of instruments that you know absolutely nothing about, which I'm sure will be the case with this one, because I mean, there are so many instruments out there and I just don't know about them. But the sample library can teach you what those things are and how they behave if it's a well-done library, and you can play around with it and discover. So I think sample libraries as like an educational tool for composers is tremendously still under-discussed. And in many ways, I think a sample library can also be better than actually having a player in the room, because you get to play, you get to dig into it and play with the dynamics and play with the instruments. So, and that's probably what's better for me overall. Obviously, if you have a great player and good chemistry and you can communicate well, that's tremendous as well. But I like being here in the darkness of my studio and discovering, testing this stuff myself. So I love that that's included there. Whether you're scoring a documentary about ancient civilizations, creating tribal music, or simply expanding your compositional palette, Echoes of the Earth offers a world of authentic sounds in your DAW. Cool. Tech specs, you do need the full version of Native Instruments Contact for this, so it needs to be 5.8.1 or above. No contact player action here. Windows XP Vista or 7 or 8, then you 10 Intel Mac. Oh, sorry, the 10 is still Windows. I was a bit confused by that. Intel Mac and Mac OS 10.5 or higher. 4 gigs system RAM, 60 gigs free on main system drive for installation, and a bit over 60 where the library is installed. Let me check on my drive exactly how much this gives to me. Okay, so on my disk it says 59.74 gigs. Okay, interesting. Okay, featured instruments. Winds. Algoza Bansuri bass recorder, not bass recorder. So it's a big fish with a tape recorder or something. I'm sorry about that. Fujara Effects. I don't know if they say it like that, but that's what I said. Native flute, overtone flute, pan flute, Persian ney, Peruvian quena, Shaman flute, ooh, Swedish overtone flute, bra, war horns, okay, strings and plucked, Adungu, bowed springs effects, bowed springs sustain, Dutar, Komuz, Rawap, Rubab, Thianhou, Valiha, Xalam. So, like I said, a lot of instruments in here that I've never even heard of, which will be interesting. I will be obviously trying my best to respond to what I'm hearing and then play it the best I can, but it will come with a hefty dose of ignorance because I've never even seen or heard these. But I still think regardless it's going to be interesting, because probably a lot of you are in the same place or not, and this will be an interesting process of discovery at the very least. Vocals, geez, so there's a lot of stuff in here. Arabic singer, legato, phrases, word legato, Asya effects, Asya legato, Asya phrases. Then got more Asya. Then echoes, single male effects, female choir whispers, male choir whispers, male ensemble shouts, throat singing, alternative sustains. Yeah, more throat singing. In the bass category, Bolon, Guembri. Yeah, like I said, a lot of stuff in here I don't know anything about. Idiophones, Angklung, Balafon, Crotales. I don't know why I say it like that, but marimba, music, ceramic tiles. Oh, this is going to be tough. Txalaparta. That's, yeah, let's go with that. Pads and soundscapes. Ooh, okay, so this is cool. I thought it was only going to be like stuff as it is in reality, but cool. Arctic strings, barren lands, bird calls. Okay, we're not going to go through all of these, but bunch of very varying things, seems like. Percussion, African percussion, Arabic percussion, Bullroarers. Ooh. Celtic percussion, mouth harps, Persian percussion, Shaman percussion, talking drum, toys. Okay, reeds, harmonium, nice. Hulusi, Pungi, Shruti Box, Sipsi. That's it. Okay, Sipsi means chips in Finnish, but if you're American, if you're English, it means crisps. So, okay, probably not Finnish chips that we're looking at here, but cool. So the 59.7 gigs is NCW compressed. It's 120 gigs uncompressed, so good job, NCW. 24-bit, 48 kilohertz stereo. We have close, mid, and far mics, 8 categories, which we just went through. Special aura and veil mics, and 92 patches. Cool. Then we have a couple of demos put up here. Nice. Cool. This seems indeed quite comprehensive. I like that it has that scope, because when you oftentimes you have a project and you're looking for a specific sound or instrument, and then chasing down those very exotic, strange instruments individually can be tedious and tiring and also expensive. So I'm super glad to see these kind of offerings in general, because I think it's still a very underserved market. Often when I'm looking for like more specialized, exotic, stranger, at least from a Western point of view, instruments, it can be hard to dig those up. Then you find something decent, but they usually only do one thing kind of good, and then the rest is not so great. So super excited and interested in seeing how this turns out. Let's cover some basics here. So in terms of the agenda for this video, as always, I try and play as much of this as possible. I don't think it's really fair to say presets in this case, because we're dealing with like instrument NKIs, but we'll play as many of those as possible so that you'll get an idea of what this thing sounds like coming right out of the box. In terms of what you'll be hearing today, it's only echoes of the earth in action. I don't add any effects of my own on top of this. No EQ, no compression, no reverb, nothing. I only have a limiter on my master bus to make the level more consistent for this video. That being said, it's set to be as transparent as possible, so there should be minimal, if any, coloring. If you hear any clipping at any point, it's most likely the limiter, and I'll most likely let you know either way. If it's not, if it's the library, I'll certainly let you know, but it's most likely the limiter. But usually I say that as well, if it is. In terms of video transparency, Fluffy Audio did send me this copy, so first of all, thank you to them for doing so. Also, I am being paid to make this video, but as always, all opinions are my own, both in good and bad. I haven't been asked to say anything one way or the other, nor would I ever do that. Cool. I think that covers our bases here. So let's look at the library structure here for a second. There's not a huge amount here to look at because we did go through the categories, but basically, as it is a contact full library, it's going to be here in your files browser. In here, you're going to have documents folder. You can have this big NKR, which is not going to be what we're looking at here. You're going to have obviously your sample folder and then the instruments folder. And in here, you're going to have these categories that we went through. So bass, idiophones, pads and soundscapes, percussion, reeds, strings and plucked, vocals, and winds. So we're just going to go through these in order. And we already have Bolon, I don't know how to pronounce that either, loaded up. So we'll go from there and we'll go in order. So just for context, since I actually do not know what this instrument looks like, it's probably not this food that we're dealing with here. It is so rare that even a food is more well known than this. Okay, cool. So I've seen this before, or I've seen something similar. No, I think I've definitely seen this one before. So I don't even know how to describe that. It's like a stringed percussive instrument, I guess. Traditional harp played in Mali as well as Guinea. Notably played in hunting ceremonies or before a battle. Hey, just like today. So that's cool. To rouse warriors' valor. It was also used by the Jola in Gambia for accompaniment for men's choruses. Among other string instruments played in Guinea, the Bolon is the oldest. Nice. Okay, cool. Well, let's see what the Bolon is all about. So it seems like this has kind of two sections here. We have this pitched area in the blue, and then in the orange we have percussive aspects. So I like that this has a very natural, when I say raw, I don't mean like unfinished, but it's a very natural open sound, not too processed. We have a big bit of a reverb there. Cool, so you can get this super dry, which I really like. The hall is really tastefully paired. Yeah, it sounds super natural, but this also gets super dry, so you can actually control it exactly the way you want. Very nice, super dry and controlled. So I'm getting the impression from this that this is meant to be played both percussively as well as tonally, if you will. I don't know what kind of things they usually do with these. And that's interesting because this very low register has more of a, like a raspy tone. So it seems like as you go lower with the instrument, you can't produce this more resonant bass. And then it gets super like, a bit like, sounds like a spring. So that's interesting. I'd be interested in learning if because you get kind of like a percussive element combined with a pitched element, but this is distinctively different from this resonant bass aspect here. But even if you know nothing about this instrument, these are just like, in general, really, really great tribal percussive elements here. That even if you don't kind of intend to write for the Bolon, I don't know how they say it, but yeah. So this one is called Guembri, and this is also in the bass category, so probably gonna treat it like that. Okay, so a bit of clipping there. That was the limiter. Really big dynamic range here. So let's actually pull that back and test that a bit more. Yeah, that gets super loud. Also, what I love is when you hit it really hard, I think there are some round robins where there's a bit of shift in the pitch, bit of a shift in the pitch, which I really, really enjoy. It's a super cool sound because it's kind of like, let's look at what that looks like, because Guembri. Okay, I'll bring you with me as well. The Sinter, also known as Guembri, in the Hausa language, is a 3-stringed, skin-covered bass-plucked lute used by the Gnawa people in Morocco. It is approximately the size of a guitar. Look at that! Look at that thing. That looks badass. It's like a huge box there. I bet they can make that thing rip. Carved from a log and covered on the playing side with camel skin. That's hardcore. Covered on the playing side with camel skin. That's interesting. The neck is a simple stick with 1 short and 2 long goat strings that produce a percussive sound similar to pizzicato, cello, and double bass. That's what I was gonna say, because this has like a very plucky, stringy sound, but a bit of like, there's resonance there, quite a bit. And I really like that. It gives a sort of a buzzing tone to it. So there, I think the top dynamics maybe trigger a bit too aggressively there. I think otherwise the dynamic range is super nice. It plays very responsively. But when you get to the top velocity, it sort of like pokes out a bit too aggressively. Like it feels like there's that, it jumps onto that percussive pluck. It sounds like it's more like an aggressive hit. That comes in maybe a bit too unexpectedly. Yeah, like that. I really like that it's there, but I think it maybe triggers a bit too happily. So we need to adjust that just a bit. We do have this velocity control here. Okay, so that, you know, gets rid of the issue. So here, I'm guessing, I don't know what the slider does versus the knob. Okay, so that seems like this is the range. Maybe it lessens the... Yes, it seems like this kind of... The slider adjusts the general... How would you say that? Certainly the lower range of it. I can't quite wrap my head around that. I mean, I can hear what it does. But are they, like, how are they different? That's a bit confusing. And we don't have a helper tool here when I'm hovering on these. So that would be a good addition for sure. I really like this instrument though. Then we have different articulations here. Yeah, I really like the sound of it. It has a kind of a nice raspy edge. Then shake. So it seems like maybe they attach a shaker to it, or you can attach, and then it gives this kind of a sound. So that can give you like a percussive variance for sure there. I think those are the two bass ones that we have. Okay, yeah, so we gotta close this one. Going into idiophones, this one is called Anglung. Yeah, that's for sure what it's called. Angklung. Wow. Musical instrument from the Sundanese. Do I have you with me? No. Sundanese in Indonesia that is made of varying number of bamboo tubes attached to a bamboo frame. The tubes are carved to produce a resonant pitch. Okay, cool. Okay, makes sense. Let's see what that sounds like. I was not expecting that. I was expecting like a, well, they don't say it's a wind instrument, so makes sense. Really cool. So when you play harder, it goes into that shake rattle thing. I don't know how that's actually produced, but, and then otherwise it's really loving the details on that rattle, on that shaking. Especially if you play two notes at the same time, there's a bit of like, obviously they're not going to be identical, so very nice kind of dispersion of texture. Very cool. This is like, once you hear it, you know exactly the type of things that you can use it for. You also have rolls here. Okay, very nice. So the velocity is linked to the speed of the roll, so that's super nice. You can do fast or slow. Very, very cool. Nice. Next up we have the Balafon. Right off the bat, I want to praise the resonance is there, because sometimes when like wood can have this weird kind of rattling, distorting type of resonant noise there, which is definitely in here. Really, really liking that tone. This has a lot of range as well. This is really nice to play. It feels, I can almost like feel it in my hands, like the response. It's sort of like very popping. I don't know what the word is for that. So, okay, with percussive instruments, working the limiter is kind of trickier, but I'll try and do minimal coloring here. Really liking this. Any instrument, I'm sure there are many that are sort of in the same ballpark. This sounds really good. Really pleasant and fun to play. Let's turn down the hall reverb here altogether. Super nice. Again, I love the resonant parts in the wood. That's really, really nice. Crotales. Yeah, for that instrument can be difficult because some of these notes that plays a lot less percussively and more sort of resonantly. But in this range, the transient percussiveness becomes more apparent. So in the lower register, you can sort of be more without it. But here, that's where the transient part becomes more apparent. Yeah, beautiful, bright, open tone. These are rolls. That's loud. Let's pull that back. So if you need a new alarm bell, Crotales, I don't know why I say it like that, but I'm going to stick with it. That's a good option for an alarm bell. Cool. So this is a really easy way to also map stuff to your mod wheel. Which is actually really nice. It's super subtle because it's only, you know, kind of baked into the visuals of the interface. But that's a really nice way, super fast to map stuff onto the mod wheel. Let's go into what might be, oh, Marimba. Okay, this seems like a pretty big, yeah, pretty big patch because it's over. It's about 1.5, exactly 1.5 gigs. Okay, right off the bat, this is one of the best marimbas I've ever played. This has a super nice, soft edge and tone to it. Sort of round, kind of like emanating resonance here. That's super nicely done, because a lot of the time, a lot of pitched percussive instruments anyway are going to get too pushy, too sort of focused on the transients, and they get sort of really tiring to the ear. And the marimba can easily get, again, very sort of harsh and what's the word that I'm looking for? Sort of very tedious to listen to. But this one has a very nice soft edge to it, and this reverb slightly added to that, but this is again the reverb turned off. So again, here we can hear some of the top velocities are sort of, to my playing, they're sort of like, they get a bit too aggressive in relation to the increase in the velocity that I'm playing here. Again, they do have these controls here. Unfortunately, as I hover on them, I can't differentiate what they do. So this knob clearly affects our velocity here. But this slider must be controlling the range of it. So this would be like velocity. Maybe this is the range. Maybe this is the. Yeah, so this controls what the kind of the lowest velocity is going to be. So but I can't quite understand just based on this what it's doing. I love that the controls are here, because this does out of the box to me, my playing, which is what it is, let's be honest, and my keyboard, etc. Like some of those louder notes trigger a bit too happily for me. But I would love to have access to that. I just want it to be sort of more easily sort of mappable. But regardless, I mean, I'm just going to load that again, by the way, just so I can see what the default settings are for that. So these seem to be different for each of these instruments. So yeah, just having like a help box appear down in the contact help box area in the gray thing here in the bottom would be nice. So then I would actually know what they do. Because I can hear what it does, but I can't quite figure out where I should place things, so I can have like optimal velocity performance here. Yeah. Again, when we went down here to the slower range, there was a beautiful, like, sounds like kind of like sympathetic resonance happening between the notes. Sounds like the instrument is actually kind of resonating in relation to its own generated tones. I don't know if it's doing that. I don't know how this is sampled. It sounds really good. Yeah, this is the best marimba that I've laid my hands on in the sample library realm. I love that it has this soft, beautiful tone. That's not to say it can't get aggressive, because when you hit hard, yeah, but those top velocities seem a bit too aggressive in relation to the other stuff to me. Then we have something called border. So yeah, gives you a different tone, and this is kind of the more edgier tone, or the articulation for the instrument. Very nice tone. Obviously, with that articulation, that style, that expression, you can't go super quiet, but that kind of comes with the territory. Then we have fingered. Super nice tone. Again, this kind of played fingered gives you that kind of a woody slap to the tone. If you want to do like a pop marimba track. And then we got bowed. I think this is a first for me. I don't think I've ever heard that in a sample library. I don't know if I've ever heard that in any other context either. Just a tiny bit of limiter clipping there, because when you stack these voices, this gets kind of exponentially louder here. So what I'm testing here is, does the velocity affect the bowing speed? Here, weirdly, if I play really loud, it plays the fast bow, and then a slow following that. That logic doesn't seem to map to the rest of it. That's just a slow build-up. But if I play that quietly... No, that seems to be... ish. So maybe some weirdness going there on the G sharp. Or maybe I just can't access the... I don't know. Some maybe weirdness going on there. Talking about this tone, this is super nice because this gives like a... I don't actually know what they bow this with because it gives this a kind of a glassy tone. But with like a woody edge. This is far more pleasing to me in my taste compared to some of the more glassy or typically sounding instruments. So if you're going to bow those, I would probably prefer this. Okay, so we definitely on some notes get that quick bowing and then kind of a build up. And again, somewhat like the timing is going to be different on some of these. I don't know if it's based on my velocity here. It can be very difficult to do like an exact same timing here. Or velocity rather. So I don't know if that's just that the samples are going to be a certain length or whether it's velocity based. I can't really figure that out from here. So I don't know, but this has got to be the best sounding marimba I've ever played. Music ceramic tiles. So these are kind of like an interesting alternative to like a glockenspiel, for example. Maybe like even a celesta. Something like that, but like a different tone for that. Then we have this instrument that I cannot pronounce. Txalaparta. Txalaparta. We're going to go with that. Again, what this is, we'll find out. So some kind of a pitched wooden thing. Let's find out. Take you with me here. So they probably, the T is that silent? I don't think so. Specialized Basque music device of wood or stone. So it can be either, okay? In some regions of the Basque country, Txalaparta with S means racket, while in others, in Navarre, I don't know how to say any of these, has been attested as meaning the trot of the horse. Okay, cool. So it's just like a wood or stone. That seems like a very very varied selection of materials. So using this as a pitched thing, I would not intuitively go for that. So to me, it sounds like I would probably find the fundamental note or the fifth or something like that, or a good sort of relational interval to my track, and use this as kind of like a pitched percussive element that I would sort of glue in with my other percussion, because this has a very nice woody tone to it, but the pitch I would really use as kind of like an enhancer to pair it well with the track that I'm working with. So I would find a good place to sit and then probably stay in those fifths or octaves or whatever. Very cool, actually, once you kind of get into the groove. Again, some of those really hard snaps there. I'm not tremendously on those hits far away from the other velocity notes. So it kind of seems like there's a threshold where you go above and then it goes into that snap hit. So I would like to have more variance there, more control there. Because it seems like some of the notes just slap to the top velocity. And again, without having help here to tell me what's up. So this seems to be like the full range of the velocity. Yeah, that much I maybe understand. But this is probably because this seems, when I crank it up. Oh, sorry, when I pull it down. Okay. So yeah, when I crank it up, it seems like it's kind of denying me access to the very low velocities here. And this would be maybe the full range of it. So maybe that's like a... Yeah, so... this kind of like gives me maximal range there. So with this, it kind of excludes or makes the range of the velocity less there. But yeah, indication to that could be really, really useful. Cool. Was this the last instrument? Yeah, in the idiophones. So let's close this up, go into pads and soundscapes. Okay, this is going to be super, super interesting. I really don't know what to expect, because so far this has been like a really like hands-on, realistic, the instrument as it is in reality. So going into soundscaping territory, and presumably some of these being processed, I really don't know what to expect here. This one is called Arctic Strings. So super nice bass tone, like not bass in terms of frequency, but the basic tone is super, super nice. Very actually reflective of the description here. What you'll have to do is, because it is very sort of uniform, there's not a lot of fluctuation in the sound to begin with. So you'll have to automate the levels to bring in some kind of motion there. I do like this layer that it brings in. Let's see what it actually is doing here. It doesn't state. I think it might be aura and veil, or one of those. Yeah, really nice. You just have to figure out a way to bring in some motion in there, because the sample itself is very steady, but it does create like a super nice, realistic, actual like string sounding tone there. This one's called Barren Lands. So I'd probably use that more as like a drone point somewhere, because this has a nice presence to it. But if you stack stuff, it can get a bit harsh. So I'd probably use that as like a focal point. It's actually a really impressive soundscape. Obviously, what I'm thinking here is like, can I tweak some of these balances here? And it doesn't seem like you can do really much about it. It is what it is. You have essentially the controls you see here, but this is like a nice kind of surreal, maybe even a bit of like disorienting, maybe even nightmarish kind of vibe, but beautiful imaging here, beautiful placement in the stereo field. So if you're doing some creepy bird stuff, this one is Brass Valley. Okay, so pushing these, again, I don't know what it's adding here. I know these are the options. It's probably either aura or veil, or aura and veil. Having that information here shown would be good, because then I know what I'm changing from. That would be super nice. So they do get a bit loud, so let me pull the level here. Okay, it gets so loud that even contact is clipping there. I would probably kind of tuck that in a bit more so it doesn't get so extreme. It is a very nice, super impressive sound. I would probably make the dynamics a bit less because that's very, very extreme. Again, would depend on the context. Obviously, if you were doing like some cinema stuff with, excuse me, super high dynamic changes, then yeah, for sure. I'm actually really impressed by how sophisticated this sound is and how like cinematic it is. Obviously going from note to note, not like super flowy there, so you would probably want to adjust your decay times to match the kind of transitions you want to have. But if you're doing more like droney, fundamental note stuff, that's perfectly fine for that. Desert landscape. Again, a very, very big level difference there. Like that's a very, very big change. So I would probably tuck those in a bit more, but beautiful sound on its own. Yeah, super nice dark cinematic sound, like someone's contemplating on dark deeds. Very, very nice. I do enjoy the low end of these dynamics. Again, if we crank this up, I'll adjust the levels a bit here. And again, they are a bit extreme to my taste and sense of dynamic range, but yeah, it sort of gets more kind of spacey, the sound. I do enjoy these lower end in the velocity range, the sounds, because they are sort of more cinematic, more contemplative. I still don't know if that's a word, but something really, really nice happening with this preset here, or the patch, because there are very subtle overtones there in the sound, and they create really interesting harmony here when you move around. It's super, super nice. This is again in the sort of territory that I like when it comes to material and sounds that challenge and push and test the boundaries of tonality. I really, really like this. Obviously the effect here is sort of more subtle, but I like it. It's a very, very beautiful effect, if you will. One of the things that, you know, as I'm holding these notes, I'm noticing that they are a bit too static to me. So I would probably jump in there and do a bit of volume automation there, just to create a more sense of like a wave, like a level change, I guess. So maybe something that they could look at here would be some kind of a motion creating thing. You could also do that from a textural standpoint, like if something was happening in the sample that was changing there. I do hear some of that there in the sort of how it cycles. But yeah, if you wanted to have sort of less something that pokes at your ear, because your ear is like, that thing has been there for quite a while. So I'm now looking for something else and something different. Some ways to automate and create even if it's just like subtle motion there, that would definitely be something that I would do if I were to use that sound, which I probably will because it's so good. But to go in there and maybe automate some of the levels so that there's a bit of change in motion there. This one is called Duduk Particles. Super cool stuff. Liking this a lot on many levels. I mean, just having that weird kind of swooping in bass there. It's sort of organic, but has this kind of synthetic edge. Then we have those tiny kind of particles there, which again seem synthetic in nature, but sound organic. Really nice. Same thing, obviously kind of scales to this end. We've got those, it's kind of a really nice synthetic organic vibe to it. Yeah, great sound design, nice use of delay, placement is beautiful. That's a very nice one. We also have some mod wheel stuff going on here, so let me pull back the level here. Bit of Lemur clipping there. Super cool. That's really well done. Great great sound design here. Obviously, I'm still wondering, could I go in there and tweak some of these things? But it seems like it's all sort of baked into either the sample or then the sample plus the engine, what it does under the hood, because we don't have any more control over here. Does it matter? I mean, it depends on the preset really and what you want to do with it. You're going to have to be the judge of that. But a bit more control on, even if you don't, if you have even just slight control of some of the parameters, like how fast something moves or how thick or thin this is, and certain elements of it would be a lot of, that would be really, really good. because now you just don't have control over it. I will say when a sound is actually designed really well, as these are, this one, for example, didn't evoke in me anything that I would probably like build a track based on that. It's that good. So I wouldn't be asking it to do anything that it doesn't want to do. And also there was nothing there that bothered me. But sometimes you can have like a preset and you're like, oh, that's really nice. But there's that one thing that's kind of nagging at me. And yes, you can EQ it out. Yes, you can do things to kind of make it less prominent. But sometimes it's just would be very nice to have, even if it was like a mix of channels, to mute some of them or change this or that parameter. And if they were like baked into the sample, then you could just have a different bake, you know, a different kind of version of it. As we basically do here with the mod wheel, kind of bringing a different layer to it. It's like, I don't know what this is actually doing because so much of it seems to be under the hood, but just something, you know, worth reflecting on. This one is called Earthquake. It's a super nice, very visceral sounding thing. Obviously you can use that as like, well, a bunch of ways, but like a sound design thing as well. Let's max that out. Yeah, it's really cool. Txalaparta. Because it's kind of weird here. We do, looks like we got range to this octave, but it really goes up until this point. Okay, yeah, that gets aggressive. Very, very, excuse me, nice tone. This gets, like, I'm surprised how cinematic and polished these sounds get. Because I was expecting this to mostly be like a, you know, more like realistic library. So I'm really pleased to find these in here. Jungle flutes. really cool, really cool sounding there. When the flutes sort of become like distorted and warbly there. Again, I would make the dynamic range less aggressive, so you could sort of, because now it's just the range is so big that it kind of it works in a certain way. Like there are contexts where that is what you're after, and then for me in general, I would probably want less, and then have the ability to sort of flow with it, so that we can center around like a fixed, like a focal point a bit more, instead of swinging all the way from side to side. But that's just me, and that's clearly how they wanted to do this. So it's you know, up to you. Also, obviously, we could use the velocity controls here as well. So I could adjust the minimal level where I want it to sit. So again, that's really up to you, and you know, easily fixable. Yeah, I mean, I got maybe halfway through the mod wheel range. It's, you know, getting as loud as I can push it with this gain staging here. Let's listen to that full range one. Yeah, I really like that. Yeah, I just wish the range was not so extreme, because it can be super difficult to gain stage otherwise. Night Creatures. Very, very nice. I'm impressed by the imaging. Things are moving in a very nice way. Let's max out that mod wheel. Things get very spoopy there. Cool. Risers. Okay, nice. Okay, we got a waveform here. Let's extend this interface a bit here for you. Since it does change size here. You can see that. Very cool. That one had a super like organic tone to it. When the hit comes, it feels very nice. Yeah, that's really good. Okay, a bit of limiter clipping there. So, wait a minute. Okay, so each and every single note is a riser of its own. That's a lot of risers. that low end was very visceral. Sounded like an orc getting punched. Okay, so really liking this because, as I've said before, I still feel like risers are a underserved market in the world of sample libraries. There are many good ones, but it seems like there aren't a ton of them, and also the diversity is not great. They all tend to be sort of in the more kind of hybrid cinematic realm. This has that as well. There are some more like synthetic modern tones, but this also has the organic sort of more grounded sound. So some of the risers are, and the hits are sort of far more rooted. You know, you got more like wood that you can hear there, and kind of these thumping sounds that also come from wood. That's really nice. Also some voices mixed in there. Super, super cool stuff. I think that's still, there are some options for that when it comes to the market, but this is a super, super good edition. We didn't play all of them for hopefully understandable reasons, but super nice that this is actually in here. It's a bit sort of maybe confusingly in the pads and soundscapes folder. I would probably put that in its own folder because it can be easier then to locate this and remember that it's there as well. But maybe that's just me. Going into shimmering flutes. Super nice. I like these. Have a really cool like anticipatory, contemplative vibe to them in the low end of the velocities. I really, really enjoy these. Let's max out the mod wheel. Okay, it's still so loud that it clips contact. Yeah, I mean, as usual, I kind of prefer the more mellow, kind of zoned out tones. Stringies. Okay, first of all, beautiful sound, really cool. To me, like, immediately inspiring in terms of what I want to write with it. I like that these have like a dark, again, contemplative vibe to them. Again, like at first, the transitions, if I were to do like a higher up melody here, the decay would be kind of too fast. So to kind of glue the melodies and the notes together, just increase the decay. Works beautifully, does everything right. I would separate the low end drones from the high end, because with the decay increased in the low end, the bass notes get mushy. So I would do that on a separate track or a different contact instance. But yeah, beautiful, beautiful sound. Again, for the sake of demonstration, I'll max this out. That was the limiter clipping. Again, if you're going to use this whole range, it is very, very wide, for sure. So the volume difference in itself, I don't have anything kind of against the textural changes and all of that, but the volume there, again, is a bit drastic to my taste. Strings of the Earth. Again, there a bit too abrupt. I want to hear like a better flowing thing if I am to do like a melody line here. Same thing, super, super nice. Let's max this out. Yeah, it's super loud. I mean, I wouldn't, like, if this was set to 0 in contact, and if you're kind of maxing out the mod wheel range here, just clips the instrument out of the gate, I think that should be addressed so that doesn't happen, because it just leads to contact clipping out. So I would probably adjust those to, you know, map better in terms of gain staging. Beautiful. I mean, these are really, really well done. I wasn't expecting like this level of great sound design here, because, you know, looking at this library, you expect it to just be a bunch of like realistic different instruments from all over the world, but I'm really impressed by these. Tan drone. Yeah, that gets super, super dense. And also there in the lower range of the mod wheel, the top end is made to be very subtle, so you can't really hear that. The Ice Cave. Yeah, there's that note that comes in that kind of creates the dissonance there, which you really can't get rid of, so you have to kind of take that into account when doing harmony or trying to do so. Moving on to throat drone. Very nice, subtle, slightly sort of even uncontrolled elements in there, which bring a nice kind of vibe to that. Let's max out the mod wheel. Yeah, super impressive. Again, you could adjust the decay to match your track time so that the flow that changes from notes to note are as nice as possible, really, as flowy as possible. Let me test the range for that. Yeah, very nice. Water pad. Cool. So you get a bit of soundscape slash field recording, sound design stuff. Let's move this back over here. Since we are no longer dealing with the waveforms, move this over here. Again, very cool. Windy breath soundscape. If you want to take it to like a creepy level, that's also possible. And then we have wooden monkeys. Cool. I think that brings us to the end of the pads and pads and soundscapes. Going into what I'm very much looking forward to, percussion folder. All right, moving into African percussion. So I suspect this one maybe compiles, puts together all kinds of different African instruments, because it's a pretty big continent. With a lot of different stuff in here, so I suspect this is like a compilation of different things. So let's just first of all play a bit of everything, get our bearings. I suspect each zone is like an instrument of its own. We'll see. I just have to get my hands on it, so let's get going. Oh, that's nice. There's a release sample that plays when you let go. That's really nice. Would be nice if this said what these were, so I could learn and see what I'm specifically playing in terms of an instrument. Also, what I was looking at here in the octaves was if there was a doubling note here. We got this white one here, which I don't exactly know what it does, or the red key. It doesn't seem to reset or change anything on the interface. Again, like having a help tool for these here, like when I hover on certain things here, would be nice to have information there, so it would be easier to know what to do. As it is with every single sample library, especially percussive ones, but preferably all of them, I would love to have a doubling key, just an extra key somewhere, ideally movable or mappable where you want to put it, but to have two keys to play, let's say, this drum with two different keys, because having like a heavily weighted keyboard, which I have here, which is great for most of the stuff, especially for obviously pianos, but I also like it for orchestral stuff. The keys are so heavy that they don't return fast enough for me to play in a two-fingered fashion on one single key. Obviously, I have another keyboard there, which I would then in this case use, or just program the stuff in MIDI. But having a key that doubles the previous key that you just played, so basically it would allow me to do, you know, faster stuff, but on the same sample that I'm playing right now. That would be super nice, because then I could do, you know, this instead of just trying to do it on a single key here or use a different keyboard. Yeah, I like this. Very visceral, very natural sounding, processed in a very, you know, natural and raw fashion. try and increase the gain here a bit. So again, when you go to the very, very high velocity, the very, very top velocity, it can be significantly louder than the rest of it. Again, I love the texture. I love the, you know, smack of it, but I think it's still in relation to the different, to the volume levels of the different dynamic levels. It's a bit too loud. I feel like the difference is too aggressive. So if that could be made less, then I could sort of more easily go into those top dynamics and get that smack and get that texture, but without too drastic of a difference in level, because that will make, you know, mixing just more difficult. And if you want to kind of keep this natural sound, then I wouldn't want to compress it too much or limit it too much. So that's something I would probably look at. How good is that? That's really cool. Let's play that a bit more. Yeah, super nice. Let's move on to this blue zone here. Let's ease on the limiter a bit. The difficulty with percussive instruments from a demoing standpoint is that we obviously do have those louder peaks, which tend to be, you know, something that the limiter, you know, wants to catch a bit more, but I'll try and keep it as minimal as possible. Really sweet. I mean, that just has beautiful balance of like that bottom that thump, but it's still all very natural and organic. And I can also hear that if you want to make it more modern, if you want to make it more driven, you absolutely can. This will respond really well to treatment. You can hear it because it's natural, open. It's not pushing, you know, too hard into any direction. So it's going to be super malleable if you want to do your own EQ and compression, etc. Yeah, I just go back to that. It's that good. I will say that what makes it easier is that a lot of these instruments do have kind of overlapping notes here. Like those are pretty much the same, but they have a slight pitch change. So you can do, what you can do is you can play close to one another and then just kind of in the MIDI editor shift the MIDI onto the same note. Yeah, super nice, super solid. Again, I wish that they told me what I was playing at any given time. Also hoping more for these help that like here, if I hover on the pitch bend, for example, it tells me what it does. That would be nice to have on all of these controls here, and also preferably on all of these. I don't know if they do that on the keyboard zone here, but in any case, that would be super useful. Those sound really good to me. Going into Arabic percussion, this should be really good because I also love these a lot. So let's go through all of them. First of all, super cool sound. Obviously I have something rattling on the skin of it, and I suspect that obviously has to be part of the instrument's design. Very nice thing. And also I like that it doesn't get too intrusive. That kind of buzzing can get tiring on the ear, but that's why you need to know how to obviously write for the instrument in the right context, etc. And also I can hear that can easily be, if you just want to have less of it, you can just EQ that out. But I also love that we have basically two different versions of this kick aspect of this instrument. We have this puffy low one, and then you have a bigger, like a boomer type of a thing. Super nice profile for this. We need to change our buffer size to make this really cool. Yeah, I wish I knew, I saw what these instruments were. That would be really cool. Like, you know, maybe something like, well, I mean, any kind of information would be super cool. And also maybe something could light up in this beautiful picture that they have in here. Like, oh, it's this one. I know that not all of the instruments are probably in there, but and I don't know if that would be distracting. I would just love to have like basic text maybe in the help box telling me what it is, or something showing here when I'm playing it. That's one of the like best percussive sounds period that I've heard in a long time. It's just so, we have that kind of bell thing, then that sort of a resonant wooden body there, and then we have a bit of like a finger snap almost at the top. Those are really, really nicely paired. Hard to finger that, but Ooh. Just listen to that softness at the edge of those instruments. It has this kind of like puffiness to it that is super pleasant and smooth to listen to, and beautifully also paired with this space here. I'm actually going to turn off the reverb altogether here to just get a sense of how dry it can get. That's beautiful. I absolutely love that these are so dry and controlled, but it's in a beautiful environment, because even if you record something dry, you want to have just a tiny bit of presence, a tiny bit of space there, so you get a sense of the instrument actually being there instead of it just being like glued to your ear. So these have a perfect amount of like capturing air, and these get still so dry simultaneously that you can do anything with reverb regarding these. And in fact, I find that sounds that are like, if something is recorded super dry and kind of choked and there's nothing in that space, no sense of air there, it's going to be super hard to make that behave nicely with other reverbs. They need to have just a tiny bit of like presence air in them, but these are tracked really, really, really well in that regard. What I love about this, it has a perfect amount of boxiness, because it gives it a bit of like this kind of middle heft, but there's like this puffy, smoky edge to it, which makes it sound like very sort of, what am I looking for here? It has a beautiful, like almost like dust, you know, puffing up in the air, but it's breathing so nicely, and that middle range there is just like, you know, sugar to your ears. Yeah, that kind of woody, low mid oomph to it. That's a beautifully done sound. So I think they included those pitch variations just to make it easier for you to fit the right pitch into your track, and I do appreciate it from that perspective. I would not like to have also double, like if I don't have a key that doubles what I just played, like playing the same sample pool that I just played, then I would like to have doubles next to one another, because then I could play faster things as well. And obviously these are pitched, so they're not trying to do the same thing. And I could just play them together and again, you know, move the MIDI in the MIDI editor. But again, it's an additional step. And the more we can eliminate those, the better it's going to be for the user. Because if I spend even just a few minutes a day moving MIDI around that I could avoid, in a year, that's going to be a huge amount of time that I could have spent on something else, like writing music, for example. Cool, nice. Really liking these. A lot of really good sounds in here. Bullroarers. Roarers? Jeez. Let's try these. That is cool as shit. Listen to that. You could do so many cool sound design things with these. Take this sound and process it. I mean, just through distortion and reverb, you can make that sound colossal and do all kinds of weird stuff. And that's beautifully captured because it has this beautiful low end. Let me actually check on my scope. It's a beautiful mix of like 40, 50 hertz and 80 hertz coming together, giving you that, you know, that bottom end. But then you have all this sound, this air that's, you know, coming from, you know, being in that space, but also addressing the material there. So it's a beautiful mix of like low and very, very high. So it's a really like, from a sound design standpoint, even if you don't want to use this instrument like as it is, which on its own it's even super cool, but even if you're not interested in that, you can use this to create a lot of super interesting sounds. Same thing for that higher end is also beautiful. I mean, these must have been really weird to sample, or like interesting. And there's obviously the challenge of the person also in the space, because they make the noise, you know, spinning this thing around. But again, that's kind of part of the sound. Yeah, I mean, these are just so cool. And again, the sound design capabilities, that is going to be crazy. And you can pitch that, and it's going to be very different. Also, the capturing here, the imaging is really stellar. Really well done. Yeah, the imaging here is just superb. Those are really cool. I actually never heard those be done so well. I think I've bumped into those a couple of times, and that's by far the most impressive capturing of that instrument. Again, here that top velocity is a bit too trigger happy for me. Because it's just so much louder than the rest of the range, and it jumps in there really, really easily. So adjusting that velocity range there helps a bit. But let me just reset this. Just for the sake of like out of the box demonstration. And by the way, we are looking at or listening to Celtic Percussion. Yeah, here again, like the volume difference on the top velocities is a bit excessive, so I would pull that back. I mean, again, I love the texture, I love the sound of it, but just the volume difference is a bit excessive. And again, I think you can get really far if you just kind of resonance control a lot of that. You just control the body, the fundamental resonance of that, and then it will be a lot better. I don't really want to, I don't want to get rid of it, but just the volume difference makes it a bit difficult to deal with. Oh yeah, I love this kind of stuff. Kind of reminds me, I just want to reset this once again. Reminds me of like sounds like a frame drum of sorts. I love frame drums. It is one of my favorite percussive instruments because it's just so diverse, so expressive, so soulful. You can get big, like boomy lows with it and nice kind of middle movement, and then those, smacks. This is really, really well captured. Give this some volume. This sounds crazy good. I really dig this. Just the imaging on that is crazy good. Like the jingle and it's just sort of moving back and forth, but not in a like a fake forced way. It's sort of moving and rattling back and forth really, really nicely. How good is that? That has a vibe. That has a mood. That is just like, I feel like I don't actually want to do this, but it gives you the vibes of taking shrooms and going into the forest, and you know there's going to be flames, and it's not going to be on fire, but I'm going to have torches, a bonfire, people like grooving. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. It's one thing to create a library that, you know, sounds great, has great instruments, and it's beautifully recorded and played and captured, okay, but to imbue that vibe in there, because that has soul. That's like puts you in a place, puts you in a scene immediately in your mind. It's like, oh, this is what we're doing. Like, I'm seeing that bonfire, I'm seeing that those dark woods and the fire light, you know, reflecting all over the branches, etc., and people are just, you know, vibing. that's what I see. Yeah, imbuing that vibe into those samples is just so, like, that's the highest like art form of sampling and creating these instruments, and it's really difficult to do, and with that they've absolutely managed to do that. That's really, really cool. Okay, we have this one more instrument here, presumably. I mean, I think these different zones are different instruments. Yeah, super cool. That was a really cool selection. I just want to check how many. Yeah, there's a good amount of these kits as well. Mouth harp. Okay, let's do this. That's actually interesting. I used to have a mouth harp, and I don't, like... I may have accidentally sometimes created those harmonics. I don't actually know how that's done. It's probably difficult. Okay, I'm just playing around here. This obviously is not reflective of what you would traditionally do with it, but I just find that to be super fun. And again, it's not like all the users of this are going to be just like traditional fellows. This is definitely the most comprehensive mouth harp sound selection thing that I've ever heard. I have bumped into a few of these before, and they were sort of, I think, more narrower. Jeez. But this gives me slightly different, like more synthetic vibes. It's not that it doesn't sound realistic, but there's something about the tone of it is sort of more tinting towards the synthetic. I don't know if that's comes down to the specific mouth harp that they use, or whether it's sort of more due to the sampling, how it comes together, sort of maybe in a more sort of, what's the word? I can't think of the word. Sort of in a more repeating way, that it doesn't have that kind of organic flow. But let me turn off the reverb here. I want to play with this a bit more before I kind of summarize that. So I do realize immediately that you need to find the right combination of different samples here that you want to play, because the mouth harp does have this. It's really important for the realism to have the kind of like you want to create that rhythm, and the mouth shape plays into that. So really judging the realism of this, you have to like combine the right samples here. So let me try and figure that out. Like there, the sound is definitely, I don't know what kind of a mouth harp this is, because I think there are different ones there. So this could be modeling a sound that I'm not familiar with, because this is a lot more synthy like, but that could just come down to the design. Because for me, I know the kind of like the Nordic mouth harp, if you will. But also, yeah, I mean, I'm trying to figure out if I can combine these in a way that creates sufficient variety and realism. This probably might be super hard to sample in that sort of a way, because when you play notes with a mouth harp, the resonances of the instrument are so overlapping. They go on top of one another continuously. So kind of having that sympathetic resonance, if you will, can be super difficult if you don't sample it, and if you don't set very specific terms on what samples are, being played in a sequence. Kind of here, I need to choose it for myself. So I think probably... Yeah, I mean, it seems like we have this variety here, but you would really need to pair the right notes together to get that. I mean, this first sample gives a pretty good kind of a standard flow if I play only that. So you could, yeah, create reasonable realism with this. I would be really interested in seeing the actual mouth harp being used, because it could be like of a different sort. Okay, Persian percussion. We have a big set here, so let's get into it. Listen to the bottom end resonance on that. That's perfect. really good. Really, really, really nice. Let me try and yeah, I can't actually get to these. That's really nice. Yeah, I mean, overall, this is great. I love that bit. Was really, really nice. Good mix of instruments in here. This sounds a bit more aggressive, and again, like it hits harder, faster compared to, for example, the Celtic, the Arabic, or the African. So this feels like more aggressive right out of the gate. Shaman Percussion. Okay, I was talking about the frame drum. I expect to hear a frame drum here, but yeah, I love this kind of stuff usually. So I didn't know shamans use double kick drum. Yeah, that's the limiter. Some of these just go a lot harder than the other ones. Like there. Really nice atmosphere there. A few things, just beautiful imaging here. I wonder if that was recorded binaurally, because it sounds a bit like it. Beautiful rattle. It's that kind of like, it has like that kind of a chewy rattling sound, but it still has a smooth edge. So it's actually really nice to listen to. Kind of has that like, do I like this? Don't I like this? For me, it's kind of like in that, on that verge. Yeah, again, here we have a massive difference between that and then it very trigger happily. There's like a over 10 dB difference there. So that's a bit too aggressive to my taste, because it makes making sort of continuous and uniform performances very difficult. I would need to control that level somehow. But again, I love the texture of it. I like the sound itself. It's just a bit too loud. Yeah, again, this gets very loud. Yeah, there, the top velocity is a bit too trigger happy for me. So you can kind of quickly remedy this by, you know, sliding this thing here. Obviously you can also exclude the top velocities from the sample pool, but you kind of need to play with these to even out the performances, at least for me. I wish that sample would loop. It's not a big deal because you can just re-trigger it, and maybe it sounds better that way. But I mean, really, again, this is vibe zone for me here. That's such a good sound. And that's without the reverb. I will say that reverb is very tastefully selected. Really liking this cymbal because it's like splashy and trashy in the perfect way. You get that slight like distorting edge there in the middle. Very, very nice. Okay, what do we have left here? We have the talking drum. So first of all, great sounding instrument, really well captured. It kind of sings really nicely. One of the things I am finding here is it's sometimes difficult to follow all the spectrum of things that are at my disposal and to see where everything is. So you have to go by the ear, which is fine because most of the time we do. But just kind of building a map inside of your head of like what's in here can be difficult to track. Yeah, super nice sounding. Very good. toys. This will be interesting. That was very loud. That's, I know this is like a funny sounding thing, but that's a really cool sound. Like perfectly puffy, but then there's surprising amount of information there in the mids. And we have this kind of top end. I'm sorry I subjected you to that. That sounds pretty nightmarish. That's beautiful. I love this kind of stuff. Perfectly crispy, crystal clear imaging. It kind of just like, you know, crunches beautifully. Same thing here, beautiful. This is like ear candy. This is, I think these are probably binaurally recorded. If not, the imaging is done really nicely. Otherwise. What in the name of... What is that? Jeez. That's... Oh, destroying my ears. These ones have quite a bit of like brightness and harshness in the top. Yeah, that's pretty challenging. It might be that that it actually sounds like that, so you know, might have to deal with it if you want to use it authentically, but then, you know, EQ. Yeah, that's pretty tough on the ear. Yeah, that's like a circus nightmare. Cool, interesting. I really love the crackling samples that we had in there. Otherwise, probably pretty niche fringe stuff, but hey, it's there when and if you need it. Okay, that was the percussion. Going into reeds. Let's see what we have here. So, starting with the harmonium, this will be interesting. This is the only name from this folder that I recognize. It's a pretty nice bass sound. I don't mean like low end, but like the basic sound of it here, especially in the mids, is pretty nice. Not at first when you kind of play it, sounds a bit sort of synthetic and separated, but once you begin to stack the notes, it gets a lot better. Again, there's a lot of level differences here. I mean, this becomes inaudible if I'm playing like a fifth here, which is super loud. There's no way you can hear that underneath. This is kind of due to some of the characteristics of the instrument. The lows are louder. Just how the instrument works, and the top end can struggle to get air. So in that sense, it is realistic. I would ideally record them in different takes, the top end and the low end, to get the kind of balances and levels that you're looking for, because the lower notes will be getting sort of more overbearing and louder. So the sound changes quite a bit in this area. And then it gets sort of thinner. Now, to me, it sounds like they have different, stops pulled on the instrument. So this has like one sound, and then this utilizes like a thinner sound. So in that way, it's going to be difficult to maintain certain type of consistency if you wanted to have the same kind of sound. So this is a really interesting solution here for sure. Yeah, I like how these two octaves pair in sound. And then once you get to the low end, it kind of loses some of that oomph. In my experience, there's usually one zone where the instrument really resonates really nicely here. So it could be that this is just like thin naturally there, but you can hear that this zone here has a different tone to this zone. So they've like used different stops for that or something. Again, this I like, a nice thick raspier sound. And then this again sounds very different, and then the top end sounds different, and this also gets kind of thin and a bit synthetic sounding. Again, that's not necessarily a criticism, but it does sound more to me like a Casio synth than an harmonium. And again, here we get to have a very different kind of a tone. So it's all right. I would probably want to hear also, well, some choices over the stops that they've activated for this. Again, this, I don't know what kind of a harmonium this is. Okay, so we do have mod wheel dynamics here. Let me test those. Okay, interesting. So that kind of adds like the richer stops there as well. Okay, so this makes it a lot better. Let me still pull back the level here because it gets really loud. And here again, I'm going to pull back the reverb. Yeah, here there's some kind of thinness or veilness there. Makes it sort of very hazy and unfocused. Yeah, that's sort of a bit like thinness and brittleness that comes with pushing this mod wheel here. So that's kind of like a bit limited utility for me. I would prefer to see kind of different tones as sort of presets, if you will, different type of sounds, and also have them be consistent throughout the whole register. And also hearing some kind of a motion for the airflow, having some different options. I would prefer even to have like presets where there's like single waves of sound, or some kind of like different ways of flowing the air through the instrument. That would really bring this alive, because right now it's sort of like they say, drones. Yeah, they drone at a certain note, but we're sort of missing, which to me is kind of the lifeblood of the instrument, is the airflow and hearing it. But I understand that not everybody probably enjoys that. But yeah, something that would create more sort of dynamic aspects to this, especially now that I'm not really a fan of how the sound shifts when you push the mod wheel here. Again, you can use volume automation to do a bit of that, but I would also like to have it in the textural department as well as the airflow of this instrument, because that's such a big part of this. Going into instruments that I know absolutely nothing about. So this one is called Hulusi. Hulusi. I don't know what that release sample was there. That's actually a really beautiful sounding instrument. Let me actually check out what that is, because I don't know what it is. Presumably some kind of a, yeah, some kind of a flute type of thing. So what does it say? The Hulusi, okay, Chinese, traditional Chinese instrument, also known as the Kukurbit flute. And the gourd flute is a free reed wind instrument from China, Vietnam, and the Shan state, played also by the indigenous people of Assam. Okay, vertically 3 bamboo pipes. Okay, interesting. I like that sound. That's a very nice one. That was the legato. These are the drones. And beautiful sound. For a drone thing, it takes those transitions into play as well, so it sounds kind of semi-legato there as well. Then we have tremolo. That's a more familiar sound. We have these are the 3 different articulations that we have, but then we have this yellow zone here, which I can't figure out what it does. Because playing it, clicking it doesn't do anything, and if I hover, I don't know what it does. I was thinking it would be like a key change thing, but it doesn't seem like it, and yeah, there's no more anything here in the interface. I know these red ones change the articulation, but the yellow, I have no idea. Maybe, does it do like a, if I hold it? Yeah, so it controls the drone that we have here. Okay, that explains it. Very nice. I like the tone of that. Again, maybe a bit more sort of natural like texture and motion would be nice. But that actually, I'm surprised how well that legato plays. It's super vibey. Puts me in a certain mental space. This one's called Pungi. Your wizard Pungi. Okay, Pungi is a very pungent fellow. That's a very aggressive, loud sound right out of the gate. Cool, and then let's actually check out where Pungi is from. Mr. Pungi. Yeah, it sounded a bit Indian. Pungi is a musical instrument that originates from the Indian subcontinent. The instrument consists of a reservoir into which air is blown and then channeled into 2 reed pipes. Cool. The legato could be sort of smoother. It's perfectly fine, but again, kind of the expressiveness is maybe not as detailed here. Let's do some of the movements here. That's a bit of Pungi electronic music for you. Shruti Box. Okay, so we have a note sustain coming in when we're going through the mod wheel range. That probably should be fixed. Unless that's a feature, but I don't think so. Let's try and load that again. It's a bit disturbing. Okay, it's back. I just want to see what this instrument is also like. The Shruti Box. Originating from the Indian subcontinent, works on a system of bellows. It is similar to a harmonium used to provide a drone in a practice session or concert of Indian classical music. Okay. So that's what we would do. Yeah, again, a bit more like textural richness and motion, I think would help with the realism. And also, it's a bit of that. Those no overlaps, hard to say. Okay, we got the release set to full, or we had. So you would want to time that to your track. But yeah, a bit of a harsher edge on that sound. But again, that could just be the instrument. Looking at Sipsi, which in Finnish means crisp or chips, if you're in the US. That's really nice. I like that. Drone. Interesting when when you go downwards, it still plays the pitch like octave up. So would probably prefer to have it mapped to that, because I would expect, okay, I want to go lower on that drone, but then it plays the note, but it octave higher. So and again, this, I'm sure the limitation of the instrument, but to have it mapped to the actual range where it goes would be better. I probably ran out of, no, they could actually fit it there. So that would be nice. Yeah, that's very cool. Vibrato. It's kind of like a simpler version of that. Let's look at Sipsi. Clarinet-like single reed instrument used mainly in folk music and native to Aegean region of Greece and Turkey. The word Sipsi is possibly onomatopoetic. In ancient Greece, it was known as kalamavlos, meaning cane flute. The Sipsi can be made of bone, wood, or reed, though the reed variant is most common. Nice. Cool. I think that was the last one in the category. Yep. So let's close this up, go to strings and plucked. And we have the Adungu next up. Really liking this. What is especially good is in the lighter, excuse me, the lighter velocities. There's that bit of like strumming. Sounds like a pick or something hitting the string, and there's a nice sense of, what would you call it? There's like what would I call it? Like a strumming, plucking, picking sound, a bit of a kind of a slap, and a bit of a transient, kind of wet transient there. I really like that. That really brings this alive, gives it like that third dimension of presence and the human element there. And there, the kind of the low mid body resonance there is really good. It's pretty strong, but it's not overwhelming. Super, super nice. Dampened. Again, here the loudest velocities are a bit too loud in relation to all of the rest of the velocity ranges here. So to me, that kind of, again, is a bit overblown. But again, I would use something like Soothe 2 to kind of just control the resonances in the fundamental frequency. All of that energy there just gets a bit overwhelming. Because there's such a big level difference between doing stuff quietly and then if you want to do a loud note, it's like bah! So it's a bit much. Again, here I love the picking, strumming, the kind of the stringy, flappy details there in the mids. Yeah, as you see, that's just too loud in relation to everything else. What? Okay, effects. So here, the reverb doesn't really pair super nicely. It's definitely better than the dry one. This sounds a bit too choked for me. But that also, the reverb accentuates a bit of the brightness on top, which I don't usually like for sounds like this because it makes them sound a bit sort of harsh and brittle. Next up, bowed springs effects. Interesting sound. It kind of becomes half choir-like when you begin to stack those voices. It has this kind of choiry, kind of emanating, choiry sound emanating from within. Again, nice cinematic tone. Okay, nice. So we do have layer control here, which is really, really cool. Makes me wonder, I don't think we missed this in the pads and soundscapes. Let's see. No, we just got close mic. Then we got the veil thing going there. But it's good to double check in fairness. Where were we? Effects. These are really, really nice. Again, I like this cinematic aspect of it as well. And I'm actually really impressed by the quality of them because they are super, super good. Yeah, these are really good. They are quite quiet, at least compared to a lot of the other sounds, but I mean, that's perfectly fine. Yeah, super great. Again, the imaging is great. The sense of the low end, the heft of it is really good. This is really good for stuff like dark ambient, which I personally love a lot. So, big fan of those as an inclusion. Bowed Springs Sustain. That was the limiter, because this is a lot louder than what we just handled. And also, we'll say that for these two patches, the mod wheel thing works a lot better because it just kind of opens up the top end. It doesn't, you know, increase the volume, for example, or introduce sort of other stuff that are very sort of striking in relation to the original sound. So a few things. I really like this. Again, that cinematic dark tone. I love that the top end is very sort of subtle and kind of insinuates its presence rather than being super apparent. Kind of because it keeps the soundscape very, again, kind of dark ambient or dark cinematic. So you can hear it move there, and it clearly creates the sense of harmony there, but it's not super apparent. So I like that balance a lot. There are some resonances here that really kind of overwhelm the sound at times. Not that it sounds necessarily a bit too much, but from like a gain staging standpoint, it's going to be hard to control in the mix. So you're going to have to kind of control those resonances somehow. Not in all notes. Like in certain places we had a significant drop in level because we didn't have those resonances, but in certain notes we have them, so it just gets a lot louder, like 10 dB or more louder. But again, not a big deal. You can use an EQ or Soothe to get rid of that or control that. Let's do Sustain Alternative. Really cool tone. Also, what I love about this and the sustains we checked, really liking the subtle pitch movement there. That is not, you know, staying put, but there's a subtle drift and wobble. Really makes those come alive in a different way, and also allows you to play with the perception of harmony in a different way. Next up, we have something called a Dutar. Beautiful sound. Let's push this a bit more, get some level for you. What a beautiful sounding instrument. Let's actually have a look at what that is. So the Dutar is a traditional Iranian long-necked two-stringed lute found in Iran and Central Asia. Its name comes from the Persian word for two strings. Really nice. I mean, this is just stunning. It kind of has like a similar certain vibes to like a koto, but it sounds different. Again, what I love about this is it's super kind of again, raw, organic, natural. I love all the plucking details of this. You can hear everything there, and it's super like sensual. It's super like sensitive sounding. It's like we are right there with the instrument. Let me pull back on the reverb. Very nice. Beautiful, beautiful sound. So I don't think that maps to anything. You got this dampen thing here. It just sounds like a filter to me. That's absolutely stunning. Beautiful instrument. Komuz. Again, beautiful, beautifully captured. Same thing, we have that kind of intimacy, that kind of like vulnerability in there. And again, beautiful details in the plucking. All of this sounds very, very, not only realistic, but again, like emotionally present and charged. Komuz, what does Komuz look like? Komuz looks like a well, the Komuz or Gomuz is an ancient fretless string instrument used in Central Asian music related to certain other Turkic string instruments, the Mongolian tovshur and the lute. This is really cool. Again, one of those things like you kind of identify the general category of the sound for sure, but it still has its own tone and own vibe, and that's where I really love these selections of instruments, because you can have an idea. Okay, I want something like plucky, maybe a bit like not like an acoustic guitar, not like a mandolin, like a lute maybe, but with some kind of a twist. And these can really like slot in nicely. You don't even know what you're looking for, but when you hear it, you know it. So that's why these are really, really great to have. This one is called Rawap. Rawap. I don't know how it's pronounced. Don't ask me. Sounds like a mix of like a banjo and a mandolin. If they had a love child. Let me try and find a better level here for you. So yeah, very cool tone. What I actually like about this, again, is that it doesn't want to do everything. It just kind of wants to do its own thing. You kind of have to listen to it and respond to it. I don't think I did a great job with an idea that I tried to impose on this, but I'm just, you know, trying to poke it and see what it wants to do. Clearly has its own kind of like temperament, if you will. I really like this. Like it's clearly tuned, but it's the tune, at least in this sort of a traditional, excuse me, Western sense, is a bit like wobbly and wonky. I actually like that a lot. It's not troubling me at all. And yeah, the sound is very interesting because it's kind of reminiscent of a banjo and a bit like a kind of like a mandolin as well. But then it's just different. It has a really weird name. Rawap. Okay, the Rawap or Rubab is an Eastern Iranian fretted, plucked, long-necked stringed instrument, also used in folk music by residents of the Uyghur Autonomous Region of Xinjiang. I don't know how to pronounce that, I'm sorry. I've heard it. I know how it's pronounced. Xinjiang? Xinjiang? No. Let's not spend any more time on that. Cool. Very nice. That's a really, really cool sounding thing as well. Okay, then we have Rubab as well. So apparently there is a difference, at least on some level of analysis. They're not the same thing, at least according to Fluffy Audio. So let's play that. Yeah, definitely quite a different sound. More dampened, more controlled. I really dig this. Kind of feel weird, like that's way too like I wouldn't necessarily write stuff like that, but I'm just again trying to poke at this, make it do things. I really like this tone. It's super nice. It's an interesting mix because it does evoke both a bit like Eastern Asia, like that kind of Chinese tone, but also it does the kind of more like Middle Eastern thing. So that's a really nice hybrid thing there. Let's see what Wikipedia says about Rubab. So maybe this is a case where the kind of names get overlapped depending a bit where you are. So Rubab, Robab, or Rabab. is a lute-like musical instrument. The Rubab is the national musical instrument of Afghanistan. Nice. It is also commonly played in India and Pakistan, mostly by Pashtuns, Balokis, I think, Sindhis, Kashmiris, and Punjabis. Okay, cool. That's a really cool sounding thing. Thianhou. Really cool instrument. First of all, a lot of noise floor on this one. I don't know why it is. Maybe something due to how it's recorded and just like you can't get rid of more of it. I don't know. I don't think it's problematic. I would probably like track that part and then do some noise reduction with, you know, some kind of a plugin. You'll be perfectly fine, probably. Going to the instrument itself, beautiful combination of like percussiveness with a kind of a hint or a pinch of pitch. And I like that it's sort of like resonant, like some kind of a tube. And it's like, it's a subtle, the percussiveness is definitely the dominant aspect, but then you have this beautiful resonance underneath it, but it is like super, like your mind, your ear still detects it very clearly. So this is a super interesting combo of percussiveness meeting, pitchy pitch, you know. Kind of reminds me of some of those like plastic pipes. Plastic pipes that you see. Again here, I don't know why. That's the lowest note. And then these jump back. Back here. Maybe that's how the instrument is set up, because I couldn't see any other logic for that. But and oftentimes with these instruments, the percussiveness can get sort of obstructive. It can get sort of overwhelming in relation to the pitch side of it. But here, I don't find that. That's very pleasant. Also, something about the resonances slightly remind me of maybe like a steel drum. Very cool thing. Then we have rolls for this, which are super loud. I kind of expected that. Those can be cool when you need them. Thianhou. I've actually I have heard of this, but it is so rare. Oh, it is so rare that even Wikipedia doesn't know jack shit about it. An African straw zither, made entirely of straw, a sort of straw zither, they're mainly played by the Waba ethnic group from the Dogo region. That's really cool. Yeah, based on the name, I thought it would have been from somewhere in China or something, but maybe that's just really poor phonetic interpretation. Next up, Valiha. Okay, I was not expecting that at all. Because it sounds like we have this like tingy thing, and then below that we have like a string section playing really lightly. But apparently it's part of the same instrument. So, really beautiful at all levels. This is... I really need to see what this instrument looks like. Because... What? The Valiha is a tube zither from Madagascar. Madagascar, made from a species of local bamboo. Is everything... What? Why do we have strings underneath there? Is that... Well, I mean, first of all, that definitely sounds more like a struck zither. Okay, so yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I don't know where the strings are coming from. I just want to make sure I don't have multiple instances going on here, because this is really... Yep. Really not what I'm expecting at all. Those are definitely strings, right? I'm not going crazy. Sound like very soft strings. By the way, they sound fantastic. If that is actually... I can't see how that could be a part of the instrument itself. Maybe that's like... I don't know, like a creative decision there. Maybe... Is it this veil thing? Yeah, it is. Okay, that makes sense. Really interesting sound, because it's kind of like, has that zithery thing, and then it has... What does it remind me of? Like, chimes? What are the things where you put outside? Yeah, and the wind blows and they chime. I guess they're chimes. Okay, so veil is this kind of our ability to add different layers here. So you can list the music box. That's a cool feature. I don't know why that was on by default, just looking at the Valiha, but maybe that's a mistake, error, creative decision, I don't know. I probably recommend having it off by default. And this one is the Xalam, which is a traditional lute from West Africa with 1 to 5 strings. That's quite a bit the variance. Commonly played in Mali, Gambia, Senegal, etc. Ooh, that's loud. That's the limiter clipping. I love this sound. Really good. Soft, plucky, juicy. There's beautiful kind of bottom mid end for this. Okay, so here, for example, the top velocity with that, you know, that hard struck, that level is perfectly fine in relation to the rest of the instrument. That's a good example of having that textural and that, you know, power difference, but we don't have a too big of an increase in volume for that specific sample. That's the limiter. Let's pull that back a bit. Again, for that note, there was that super loud velocity, which was a bit much. But yeah, there seems to be these percussive keys here, which are really nice. This is one of my favorites in here. A beautiful sounding instrument because it has that kind of a mix of a nylon guitar that's sort of a bit sort of grittier, but and a bit of like a really soft mandolin or something like that. I like that it's percussive, sort of like super smooth and what's the word? Inconspicuous, I guess. But then it has this bite. I like that it has this level of kind of I don't know, internal reflectiveness and grit, and then you can really go hard when you want, but otherwise it can be super kind of sensitive and have a lot of expressiveness. Yeah, and again here it sounds like we have a bit of like sympathetic resonance going on. I don't know if it's sampled at that level, but certainly the samples really mesh together nicely with one another. That's really well done. I enjoy this tremendously. We got a dampened version of that. was the limiter. Again, that was the limiter. Hard to find. Obviously, when you stack voices, it just gets louder. That's really nicely done. It just sings super well. I also like that it has a bit of, for example, here in this range, a bit of quirkiness to it, like its own character, like slight sort of fluctuations in how it sort of behaves. And that kind of gives it a certain soul. Again, this is like super vibey, super soulful sampling to me. So very impressed by that. Very, very nice. Okay, so that seems to be the last one in this category. Then we're going into vocals. And ooh, we do have quite a bit of stuff in here. So first of all, I'm going to start with Arabic singer A. Legato. So the basic tone of it, super interesting. This kind of has like that raspy dark color. I really enjoy the grit of it at the top, and it also has a very distinct vibe. It's like a certain type of a spirit in it. I can hear that the legato isn't super sophisticated. So what I think they've done really well in this range is that this range within itself works really nicely because it has this kind of like almost like the phrases are meant to be cut off before the next one is triggered. So the legato works a lot better in here. But then as you go to the extreme end of the ranges, it kind of doesn't do the same anymore. Gets a bit better as you adjust the release. You can hear it kind of stops in between, and it kind of works if you are thinking of it as like that's what the singing interpretation is. Obviously you can't go beyond that, so that's kind of a different thing. Let's increase the speed here. So gets a bit better there. Some of these intervals are a lot better than the other ones. Like for example this. That sounds perfect to me, perfectly realistic. But then going from, for example, this. You can hear the overlap there. It's not as smooth. So I'm hoping that they could tweak that to make the transitions as smooth. They probably tried. I mean, that's probably obviously trying their best. But yeah, if they could figure out a way to make it work as smoothly between all of the intervals, that would be super, super solid. So that works really nicely. It certainly, you know, if you put it in a denser mix, that's going to be perfectly fine. I did adjust the release and the speed, but then the low register. I think just the slight overlap there, even between some of the notes, kind of creates that synthetic vibe to it. So I wonder if you could actually, if you would adjust it on an interval basis, the release. So can you make it better? So I think it actually works with the release set to lower. And again, you got to watch the speed of the melody lines. Slower tends to yield more realistic results here. Going to the next one, this is Arabic singer Phrases, a Nahawand 86 BPM. So let's go ahead and change that to our DAW.
بالشجن القلب ويجرب يا ليلي يا ليلي يا ليل ولا تبقي خمورا لن درين وأرق الخمر وكل نعيم.
You can't actually see the complete interface here, so let's adjust that a bit. Oop. Oop. What's happening here? There we go.
وكل نعيم لا محالة زائل وكل ملوك يا ليل يا ليل يا ليل ليس حبا حقيقي.
Let's try this without the plate, just to get an idea of what they're like dry.
التي تمكن الإنسان بخدمات الموت إلى.
So yeah, really, again, I like that this is a very dry sound, very controlled, but it has that bit of space there. I actually really like that, and like I said, that works really, really well with, you know, pairing it with reverbs. So a few things, like these are super, there's a lot of emotion here, there's a lot of vulnerability here, a lot of impact on that front. I really, really like that. I like his voice as well, very expressive. These are really, really good. And also this is stuff that I actually haven't, I don't think, ever heard in any other library, like this authentic and this like hard going, like because these are authentic and super rich and interesting phrases. So this is a really, really pretty big thing. If you're looking for stuff like this, this is really the place to go. I haven't bumped into anything like that before. So Arabic singer Phrases B, and these are free, so this probably doesn't have like a tempo.
تمشي وقد أثقل الإملاق ممشاها واصفر كالونس من أشقاها فمنظر الحزن مشهود بمنظرها ومزق الدهر ويل الدهر يا ليلي يا.
Yeah, really cool stuff. And like I said, pretty unique to find this kind of stuff anywhere. So then we have phrases bayati. I don't know what that means, but
حبيتك وسط القلب نطلب مربي الشفاء.
yeah, these are like sound super authentic, and they do pretty interesting, rich things, not just like vanilla versions of this kind of stuff.
يا ليل يا ليل يا ليل يا مليت من العشق وقلقت فديت جسمي مريض بعدك علي صعب ما عاد نحمل حتى ساعة يا ليل يا ليل يا ليل يا ليل يا ليل يا ليل
Yeah, you get a pretty hefty arsenal of those. Okay, more. So these are clearly styles, categories that I don't know the terminology for, but I appreciate that we have such a wide selection of them.
لا أشبع الشاق وإذا أنت فإني مركبا سأهديك وكل خل كون صبيحة كل أمان 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 أمان.
This is pretty cool. D, I don't know. Not I'm gonna pronounce that.
أنا لا أشبع عشاقك وإذا ذاك غيري ما أتى الزمان بنفسي مثل نفسي وتبكي الغم وتبكي أنا وإذا أهداك قنديلا سأهدي وكل خل باع وكل أول الدنيا.
I mean, yeah, I appreciate that this dude goes pretty hard. Like that there's so much like energy and expression in those. So that's really, really powerful sounding. Phrases F, free.
اشتد أزمة تنفرج قد فاقصد محيا ذاك الأرج يا ليل يا ليل.
Cool. How many of these we have? Okay, we go to G, so maybe I hope we get the idea. There's so many of these that if you can't find a cool phrase for your piece from those, then you probably can't at all. So should be covered on that front. Let's adjust this window once again into do something a bit better looking. And cool. Looking at Arabic singer word legato, which is a lot louder here than the phrases. So let's find a level here. That works really nicely. Obviously, going fast is just going to be too much content trying to glue to one another, so it's probably going to be pretty mushy. I'm actually going to take that back. That sounds really, really good. So I'm testing the different speeds to see kind of how it behaves. This actually works really, really well. I'm impressed by this. This legato is by far the best legato delivery here. So it just works with the word changing a lot better. Yeah, that's really impressively done. Even when I try and kind of push it pretty hard, get it to kind of get smooshy and squidgy, it doesn't. It just like holds up together. And it really, even if it's a bit kind of slow, it still fits the vocal delivery really, really well. Really cool. This is really well done. Color. So that's interesting because we start with the pitch that we're in, but then we get that ornamentation or that kind of let's go with that term. Very interesting concept because you want to kind of have the style of the the style of music, but you want to still determine pitch. So that's really cool. And then even if you can't find it in the right kind of ornamentation or melody that you want in the pitch, you can just pitch that to your track. So that's really, really, really good. Another adjustment of our interface here, since this is changing here a bit, trying to keep this as presentable for you as possible. Then we're looking at Asya. I'm not sure if this is like a style or the name of the singer. I don't know what it is, but Asya Effects. So I tried to look for that name or that term. Can't find anything. Could be the name of the singer. Could be the style of this type of singing. But there's a lot like bird sounds here. Then we have some like death squeals and whispering. yeah, really cool stuff. This can just take your track to that kind of next level. Like sometimes you're missing something, like a vocal element, something that makes it sort of real or authentic, or you know, deepens the dimensionality of it. And these kind of things can just be absolutely fantastic. Yeah, a lot of kind of like animal sounds. Then we have whispers and singing and shouting and all kinds of things. This is really, really cool to have. Looking at a legato again. That's, I don't know if we're gonna keep up this window adjusting, because it's a bit much, but we'll see. Yeah, beautiful voice, fantastic. Legato plays beautifully. He doesn't want to do anything super fast, because it's always bringing that kind of ornamentation or that glide into every beginning of every note. But there, when I did that one fast thing, it worked pretty nicely at the top. Yeah, it kind of depends on the transition you're doing. It sounds, if it's kind of like okay for the style, then it sounds good. But I mean, all things considered, really, really good legato here. And there, for example, the transition is so fast that it just sounds really authentic there. Really good, super powerful voice, a lot of power in there. Why do these windows have to be different size, one after the other? Couldn't they be the same size throughout? Huh? Asya phrases. These are 60 BPM, so let's go to that. I also like how they've done these phrases, because they're kind of clear bits here. Obviously, you can use the key start here to you know, start in different places. I wish when you adjusted this, it would show the starting point, because now you gotta play it to test it. So I don't think that's great. So when I scroll this key start control here, I wish it showed me where it's going to start, and that would be a very useful addition. But yeah, I like that they're sort of chunked. So even one phrase can give you like multiple different phrases that you can use. So, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4 octaves times however many options that is, if you just use bits and chunks, is very impressive. Yeah, I mean, again, you get so many So many phrases here. In India with a Y. So here I can hear definitely some time stretching. Not bad. It's actually, I like that texture, but let's up the tempo here. Yeah, they don't give a reference BPM here, so I think something in that ballpark would be useful. Not that it really matters, but again, something to give you an idea of where the tempo it was recorded in. Ooh, that was a nice phrase. Absolutely stunning control over the vocal here. We get those kind of like, I was going to say horny, horn-like tones there, a bit of that grit, bit of that resonance there on the top, and then here we had like that very soft tone, but a perfect amount of like nasally or honkiness there, which kind of resonates to that top grit that you also get, like that sort of, what's the word that I'm looking for? I guess it's grit for the lack of a better term here. Really, really beautiful vocal control here. What are we looking at next? Asya sustains. Okay, cool. Beautiful change of the mode there. Really interesting textural stuff. Man, I wish I could do that in legato. That is the limiter, because we are getting loud. So some of those changes, those intervals, sound really good if they're like close enough there. But yeah, I wish that was also in legato, because this is also really, really beautiful. Yeah, beautiful tone. Power and grit, that's really nice. Sustain M. Beautiful. I mean, these as sustains, these work really well, and precisely because of the reasons that I've mentioned before many times while doing different library demos, is that these are recorded, not phrases, but it's like it's one note, but it has a certain type of a beginning, and it kind of blooms and comes to life in a certain way, and it has an ending. So it has like a natural cadence, natural continuation, natural motion, and when you play with that, it comes to life it comes alive very differently, especially when you play notes together. So this is really the best way for me if you want realism to do sustains. So yeah, these might be like some of the best sustained vocals that I've heard because of that reason. Beautiful tone, just like really aching. I wish you could have the option to legato that, so that if I continue from note to another one, that it would continue the phrase that I'm in. So for example, if I play this note, it's sort of more controlled and then it opens up. So if I was in the middle of that, I would love to go from to mra in the middle of the note without having it reset back to so that would be, I think that would be a superb addition to these sustains. It kind of legatoizes this. Basically the same, no, it's not the same thing as with the word legato, because that triggers a new word. But it would be nice to have the option to have it to continue the previous phrase, but just like in terms of the content, but in terms of the pitch, it would be different. Okay, we got shouts here. The vocal performances are super impressive here. Yeah, I really like these. Super powerful. Asya, word sustain. Okay, so this is a bit of what we just talked about, but not quite. Again, here we go with the window adjusting. Okay, so these are word sustains, and that's why it doesn't sound as good in a legato fashion as the male voice did. Yeah, so that gets a bit sort of too uniform, and again, you don't get the transitions between the words. It's a good addition to have, but I would probably try and do that with some of the other options there. Next up, what do we have next up here? Going to Echo's single male effects. You know what we're gonna do. Yeah, I couldn't do that even if I tried. So this sounds exactly like a grown-up Finnish man leaving the nightclub or the bar, 4 a.m. in the morning. Yeah, that sounds exactly the same. I've seen it. I know what I'm talking about. Nice to know that they sampled the Finnish ethnic vocal performances as well. Shush. That's fantastic. I love stuff like that. That's just so weird. Are you alright, sir? Yeah, these are just like bonkers. Yeah, I appreciate the dedication here. You can clearly hear that they are very much dedicating themselves to that. You're getting very passionate, emotional performances. Female choir whispers. Cool, so those are sustains. You can do some cool stuff. Staccato. So here would be super useful to be able to see the consonant or the vocal text. The vowel, the consonants, if it's like fi, then it would have fi, or she, etc. T, ka, whatever they're saying. Would be nice to have that there so I could actually more easily find what I'm looking for, because oftentimes in a song you have an idea of like, okay, it would be nice if they said something like ruka si no ti mo ti ze or something, whatever. So it would be nice to have that there, so that would just make your life a lot easier in finding those things. Male choir whispers. Nice, and then staccato. So yeah, same thing there. Would be nice to see those. Male ensemble shouts. These are really nice. They have a nice sense of like round bottom mid there. Makes this sort of super like barrel like. Really cool. Super, super cool. And these behave really nicely rhythmically as well. Like there's a nice flow, because sometimes these cannot, they don't really pair together really nicely, but just randomly me playing some stuff. Really cool. And they have that like that sort of, that primal male testosterone dripping stuff. But also you can hear from the frequency spectrum point of view. Let's actually open my scope here. Yeah, there's in the low end, the 30-40 hertz, there's a bit of like rumble there, which gives like a sense of testicles to the sound. But then you have a big scoop there. And only like 150, you start to get back that actual body of the vocal. So these are like just S tier, really, really well done. And I like that this is not like a huge ass choir. It's not like a big choir sound, but it's more like you have a good group of men right there and they want to kick your ass, and for some reason they have this weird ritual thing that they want to sing before they, you know, beat you senseless. Really stellar stuff. Throat singing, alternative sustains. I just want to double check I didn't miss. Yeah, there's only one expression for those. Shouts. Yeah, good. These are sustains, so there's no legato there, but we got something called Uo-aim. So yeah, it loops endlessly, which is kind of surprising to me. I was expecting like a single note phrase. Sounding really stellar. Really great. Again, I would, if I were to take that, I would probably use this as a drone, and then use some kind of a different vocal to do the moving legato parts there, because this can't do that. It just resets every note. So you'll end up sounding like a weird motor engine or something. Motor engine? It's been a long one. Throat singing phrases. Stunning work. Those just sing really nicely, resonate really nicely. There's a visceral sense of like natural rhythm there. It just really well done. Is this red key? Okay, this is what is this doing? Okay, so I mean, these are really cool. I'm not sure what this does. Does it give me a different set of phrases? Yeah, so usually those are related to pitch, and they are here, but they also kind of move. So what I'm guessing it's doing, it's moving around the vocal performances in relation to the pitches that actually can be produced in that key that you're trying to be in. So let's go back to C and just play all of these. Yeah, these are really good. I wish there were more. I also like that overtone singing there. Just these are really, really well performed and tracked, and this beautiful sense of just like body to these. They're super, super alive. These are 100% going to go into something that I want to write. Throat singing staccato.
Home, mar, trim, tru, bam, ben, bil, borom, bur, dir, dom, gam, jigarom, dir, gam, dom, dir, bur, dir, bur, dir, bur, dir, bur, dir, bur, dir, bur, dir, dom, bur, dir, gam, dir, tru, bur, bam, 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 gan, jir, gan, bil, bor, bro, boom, bur, gan, ji, hom, gra, liye, mar, rom, ring, tru, ben, bil, bor, bro, boom, bur, bor, bro, boom, bur, gan, ji, gir.
It's all super, super cool. I mean, obviously I was having a bit of fun there, doing stuff that isn't realistic sounding, but not that that's everything people want to do. But yeah, that's, I really like that, because you could do a lot of really interesting electronic music with this as well.
Bam, bam, ben, bam, biri, bam, ben, bro, bur, bam, ben, bam, biri, tru, tring, ter, rum.
But yeah, I mean, just they sound really, really good. Those are so like so well tracked and performed. Throat singing sustained vowels. It is a major. I love how challenging that is to listen to, because you're like, yep, it is, but yeah, really cool. Again, wish that was kind of legatoing as well, but you'll have to do that from another patch. Sustain E. It's got to be the grittiest major in the history of anything. This is actually super inspiring to me. Like, I want to do stuff based on this. Like, because with throat singing, you usually hear individual voices being sung. So I really like how that's like really like puts your ear on the edge. It's like, what is happening here? I really like that. This is super like inspiring to me musically. Throat singing words. Ooh, this seems to be a big boy, big patch. 400 megabytes about. Yeah, really cool stuff. And then you just change pitch with the red keys. Cool. Those sound really, really good to me. Have we come to the end of... Yes, we've come to the end of the vocals. And we got winds left. So let's get into those. This is Algoza. Again, I have no idea what this is going to be like. I much do prefer experiencing it for myself first and then doing some research. Really nice. Let's give this a bit more juice. Okay, so let's pull this back because it seems like the velocity was going the other way. Yeah, that's a bit too loud. That is the limiter clipping there. Let's try and find a better level here. Really interesting tone. The top end, the airiness of it is sort of a bit different. It's a bit grittier. And then there's like sometimes when we have percussive wood, can have this distorting sound to it if the wood is like cracked or for other reasons. But this one has like that kind of a resonance there, which I really dig because it gives that a bit of like natural distortion to it. Also, the air blow sounds a bit sort of, I don't know, like lo-fi to me to a degree. There's like some kind of a distinct tone to it. This is drone. Really liking that. That works really, really super nicely. Limiter. That got super loud. That's very, very nice. I want to check what that is. Paired woodwind, traditional musical instrument of Sindhi culture. Cool. Nice. Really, really pleasant sound. Bansuri. Yeah, this is really beautiful. That is the limiter. So again, for some of the notes, you get more resonance, which increases the volume as well, and that's going to happen. Really nice. That's probably the best one, the best Bensuri I've ever played. Very, very cool. Very rich textural variety here. That's super, comes alive very nicely. Super nice how that the textures kind of shift. That really plays a lot into the realism for that. That is fantastically done. And then we have phrases. That was the limiter. Also, that was the limiter. Some of those resonances pop in and out, but again, it's only an issue if you're blowing out your limiter. What was I going to say? Really, really impressive. Yeah. Let's move on. Bass recorder. So it will be hard for me to evaluate that in terms of realism because I haven't actually, I don't think, heard or listened to that before. It has a kind of synthy thing with like a bit of grit at the top. In terms of what it sounds like just playing there, not as real sounding to me as, for example, the previous one. Also seems like the sound profile is a bit sort of emphasized on the body of the resonance of the fundamental note, so that can get a bit kind of tiring to the ear. Okay, now I recognize the instrument. This is kind of the more of the context where I've heard it. Actually, I would not like, to me that sounds more like something like lo-fi that I'd want to use for that kind of a context. Fujara Effects. That's the limiter. It gets super loud at the top and not so much at the bottom. Okay, so that's kind of like pitched. Okay, so yeah, tremolo. Then we have phrases. Oh yeah, I was going to say that if we have phrases, again, I would love to see the waveform there, because on some of those things, some of those instruments we do and some we don't. That would be nice to have consistently for everything that uses a phrase, because seeing the waveform really tells you a lot about what's coming and what's going, etc. So it really just makes your life a lot easier. That was, again, the limiter. Cool, nice. I also like that these are sort of categorized based on their location. So here it's sort of darker, and then it gets more intense as you go up. Color. Okay, cool. So you get some of that. Going into the Fujara. Okay, so it doesn't seem like the mod wheel does anything in terms of dynamics. Again, here it can get sort of a bit too static and uniform, unless you throw some of those harder velocities in there, which give that expression there. And then we have a trill. Pretty self-explanatory. Cool. Next up, native flute mod wheel dynamics. So pretty nice like ornamentation and transition between the notes. It's a bit like it doesn't quite sing as sort of soulfully as I expected. Cool. Trill. That is the limiter. Cool. So those help a lot when you're building your parts, because you can throw in the color and then add in your other lines there. Overtone flute. So these should definitely have some kind of dynamic there, because otherwise they get just like too static and blocky and uniform. These are also like super quiet compared to most of the stuff. So that's definitely due to the overtones, pretty challenging in many regards to work with, but if it's the tone that you're looking for. That's the limiter. Okay, cool. Going to pan flute. So the lower end actually works pretty well as just a sustain as well. So again, that's going to be useful to mix in with other articulations to get the kind of realism that you're after. Persian Ney. So here it seems like the mod wheel is again linked to the damp, so it's more like a filter. Works surprisingly well here, sounds like actual dynamic level control. The legato here, not quite, it sounds a bit sort of, you can hear the transitions in a sort of a bit of a blocky way. So it's a bit choppy in that regard. Sustain. So you get two versions of the sustain. The alt is pretty heavy on the airflow already. Peruvian Guena. Yeah, this is so much quieter than anything. Pretty nice, and again, plays that you got the nice like ornamentation or glue there between the legatos to make it really nice. I don't know why it's so quiet. That's like super, super quiet. Cool. Trill. Pretty self-explanatory. Shaman flute. Shaman. Shaman. Really liking that. It's very chill, very matter of the fact, very easygoing, very pleasant to listen to. Alternative legato. It's a bit louder, so let's pull the level back for this one. kind of a more aggressive, sort of more forthcoming version of that. Cool. Very nice to have those phrases to sort of back you up. Swedish Overtone Flute. So only sustains on this one, staccato. Don't really know what kind of stuff to play with that, but the phrases will tell me. Yeah, this is more like it. So this, you know, I would do some kind of Nordic folk stuff with that. Probably stick to the phrases for the most part here. We got war horns. So again, here you have the veil activated, so I'll drag that down. Interesting sound. I mean, obviously this gives you some of that grit, but then also we have that kind of distorting, resonating, rattling sound here. Yeah, that one, it's like, it's a really cool tone. I don't know how much, I would need sort of, this kind of stuff needs to be played in a, doesn't need to be, but I think it sounds the best when it's done in a kind of period true way. So that So yeah, I think you can definitely glue that together. It's not legato, again, these are sustains, but they work surprisingly well for that. Ease. By the way, that's not the limiter clipping, that's just part of the sound. Actually combine probably the sustain low from the first sustain and then use the top end of this to combine it into something. Cool. That actually brings us to a close here, which I thought we might never get to because this is quite the sizable library. if I go to the website and kind of look at the things that they mention here, they say this is massive. I'd say it's pretty darn close to that description. Obviously, it's a specific thing because we are talking about like a very wide collection of like small specialized instruments. It is very, very extensive, I would say, for sure. And what's the other word they use? Comprehensive tool for exploring global music traditions. Yeah, I'd say that's for sure one of the strengths of this as well. As I said earlier in the video, sample libraries are not just there to reproduce an instrument that has been recorded and mapped into Kontakt and done, but also they can be teachers, because we can be dealing with a lot of instruments that we've never seen before and never heard before and don't know how they work, but we get to lay our hands on them and get to test and try what they do. So they can definitely be a teacher in that regard in terms of what the instrument does, but also inspiration, because again, I can be playing an instrument that I've never heard or played in any shape or form, or even certainly seen in real life. I can lay my hands on it and play with it, and not only learn what it does, but be inspired and write new music. So the absolute, where should we start? This is such a comprehensive thing. How do I want to wrap this up? So firstly, knowing nothing about this developer, or very, very little. I knew about the couple of libraries, but that's about it. I hadn't played them myself before. I was really impressed by the polish of this and the maturity of this, and also some of the technical achievements in here. Because when I go to check out a new company and a new library by them, and I see that there are things like legatos included, or like vocals, stuff like that, the bar is getting pretty high, and if you fall short of that, then that's kind of like, it puts you out of the conversation very easily. And it doesn't mean you can't sell products or that there aren't worthwhile things in the product, but there's so many options out there now, so many competing companies that do those things really well, that the question becomes like, why would I go with this company? And obviously we deal with very unique instruments here, so they definitely have that going for themselves as a strength. But also I was really impressed by many of the legato instruments in here, because that's one of the things, like, it's so easy to I should say it's so difficult to do good legato that I just get concerned when I see anybody try it and I don't know anything about their background. But yeah, so what was some of the best legatos? We had some really good ones in the winds. I think Bansuri was really good. Then we had I believe, which one was it? The Shaman flute, really, really nice. In some of the vocals, let me try and remember. Definitely the legatos, they work really well. They do kind of specific things on their terms, but they do sound good in terms of like what they do in there. The percussion, I was super impressed by. So these are really, really well tracked. I'm not just talking about the percussion here, but wherever they recorded, a very nice space that is super controlled. So when you pull this reverb back, you can get a really dry sound, but it's not like choked. There's a nice sense of ambience there. And that's going to play really nicely with third-party reverbs. If you have a like super choked out reverb, super choked out sound with kind of no even tiny bit of ambience on it, a bit of air that's breathing between the mic and the instrument, then when you slap on a third-party reverb, it doesn't quite it doesn't begin to sing in the appropriate way. So I find that recordings, even if they're dry, they need to have a good bit of ambience so that the reverb has something to latch onto and start kind of making the instrument sing. That being said, the reverbs here were really, really good, really well selected and paired with the sounds. So that was super impressive. That in many cases, I probably wouldn't even try a third-party reverb with them because it's just working so well. The pads and soundscapes, I was super surprised to see this in here, period, at all, because I thought this would just be like a very kind of natural, organic, raw collection of like just these instruments. And also this got me slightly concerned because I was like, are they going to try and do something that they don't know what to do? But these were actually super mature, polished, very like dark cinematic soundscapes, which, I personally love. They were really, really well done. The only thing that I was sort of thinking about was that some of these could really use a bit of motion in them, either some variance in the sample itself that is playing some motion in there, or something coming from the engine. So if I'm using these, I would probably automate the volume of the samples to get some motion in there, or add something that, like maybe some granular stuff, subtle things in there to create that motion. So I think they could definitely benefit from that. But overall, I was really impressed by these ones, because again, I don't know much about this company. I don't know about their capabilities. So I was really surprised positively, not that I had any expectations, but really impressed by how ready they were. And they were, many of these, super, super inspiring, to the point of like, I could easily start a track based on these. What else do we want to touch on? Strings, some really, really big favorites in here. This is hard to recall because many of these instruments are names that I've never seen before. But these play super, super nicely. Like really interesting mixes of instruments that we traditionally know in the West. Obviously, the guitar, the acoustic guitar, the nylon guitar, or mandolin, or a banjo or something. These are sort of, between those things and kind of remind you of something, and then kind of have an interesting connotation to them. So these would be really useful when you want to evoke that kind of feel, but have a different tweak to it, different tint to it. And these play super nicely. Like these were such a pleasure to play because they have that kind of, the dynamic range is really, really good. And they're really sensitive to your, interpretation or your expression. And you get these beautiful like plucking and brushing and grinding sounds at the lower velocities, also the higher ones, but like I was playing like quieter, more maybe sensitive stuff. So they really, really come alive super nicely. So I was really impressed by those. With the vocals, these phrases for the male part, first of all, there's such a big collection of them going from A to G, and you got 2 Gs here. So, well, actually, these are not, I guess these are based on the key. But that being said, they almost go alphabetically here, apparently. So, well, that would make sense because they're listed here. My point is, you get a crap ton of them. They're all really good. And also like that they're ballsy. They're not just, your meat and potatoes, Arabic phrases from here and there, but there's a lot of like coloration, a lot of like interesting creative ideas, kind of ballsy ones. Also like that the singing is, it's super emotionally charged. You can hear that the singer really put a lot of emotion in there. So they're not just like trying to be, again, like a vanilla version of this, but they go hard. The ideas are super creative, very expressive and emotional. Same thing for the female vocals. Really, really nice stuff. Again, touching on the legatos, they are really good, but they kind of do a specific thing, and then some of the intervals don't transition quite as nicely. So you need to adjust the settings as much as you can for each interval to make it as realistic as possible. But yeah, they do kind of like one specific thing, and that sounds really good. The word legato, Arabic singer word legato, was really, really good. All these effects, phrases are just really, really good stuff. I like the female vocal voice as well, a ton. So much power, so much like technical and textural control there. So that's super, super impressively done. Throat singing was insanely good. These are like super visceral, ballsy. They have a beautiful, like meaty presence there, but they also open up upwards really, really nicely. So these must be some of the best throat singing samples that I've ever heard. Very, very impressive. Yeah, overall, one of the things that I would adjust would be with a lot of these instruments, the top velocity volume is too loud in relation to the rest of the dynamic range. And it's really a volume issue. It's not textural, because the texture of it sounds great. The kind of the general tone and style of it sounds great. Nothing there that I would want to change. But it seems like the volume is just too high on some of those top velocities. So you would need to adjust. To my understanding, this is like the velocity complete range, and then this kind of determines the minimums and maximums, this slider here. So I would definitely, you would have to adjust those to your style of playing and not wanting to trigger the top velocities. It's really a shame, because I would want to trigger the top velocity, but not just with a 10 dB volume difference. I understand that they want to preserve dynamics and make it as dynamic as possible, but I think you would achieve that just by, even if you lessen the volume difference. I think it's more to do with, like, there's so much energy in the fundamental frequency of that note that's being played at the top velocity that it just makes a massive volume difference. So I would insert something like an EQ, or preferably like a Soothe 2 or something there, just to control those massive like resonance increases. So that's really the main thing from like a sampling technical standpoint that I would change, or I would work on. And also regarding this interface, I think they should really add a help tool aspect here. So you see, if I hover on these octave changing buttons, for example, you see this white text here in the lower bar. Or if I hover on any of these contact areas here, you see these white texts changing. So if I hovered on any of these elements, like this attack knob or release, I would hope that it said what it did. And like if I hovered on the sustain alt here or the sustain here, it would kind of have a description of what it does. And also the same for especially this velocity control, since I don't exactly know what it's doing without a reference of something telling me what it's doing. Obviously I can tweak it, but again, this is like user thinking about the user and making it as fast and convenient for them as possible. So that would be super, super nice. And also sometimes when you're playing certain instruments, it would be very nice to have just a box here in the middle that says what instrument you're playing. Because for example, with the percussion, you could be playing an instrument and not really know what it is. So just if I'm in a zone, and especially in the percussion here, we have seems like multiple different instruments within a single NKI. So if I'm playing in a certain area in the orange, for example, would be nice to have an idea of what instrument I'm playing, because then I could learn and know, and it could be also easier to track. And this was the same case with some of the other NKIs in here, just to make it easier for you to track what it is that you are using. Is that all? And yeah, with the percussion, these are like super, because I didn't really go into these, superbly tracked, very, very beautiful, full, natural sounding. And I do praise, again, the way these are captured and produced, because they are super, like, they're very natural, they are authentic sounding, but also you can hear that they will respond to processing really nicely. So if you want to make them sort of more hybridized or modern, you can easily do that by adding some compression there or EQ, whatever. And they're not going to kind of bend out of shape. So these are done in such a like natural and nice polished way that they will be very welcoming to further treatment that you might want to do with them. So yeah, all in all, super impressed by this. I didn't know what to expect going into this because I knew so little about fluffy audio, but I'm really impressed by, again, like finding the performers for this. Great performances, fantastically tracked. Again, the tech side of it in terms of like certain realism, like in the legato, that does depend on what we're looking at, but at its best it sounds really, really tremendous, and then in some cases it's not as realistic. But all in all, like I'm really impressed by how they deliver on that front, because like I said, like the best things that they produce on that front sound really, really stellar. And also the fact that these do play so nicely, that they have that dynamic range, but also the sensibility for the textural changes across that velocity range. Really, really nice. And again, there I would change what they do at the top velocity, because the volume difference is just a bit drastic to me. But that's really the only thing I would change on that front. Otherwise, these play beautifully. They have beautiful texture. And yeah, I really appreciate this library because it has so many things that you cannot get anywhere else. I'm not saying these cannot be, because many of these do exist in other libraries by other companies, but having such a comprehensive selection of these in a way that is so accessible in one library, and also looking at the price. So this one was, I think, 189 euros. Yep. So I think that is very reasonable. I know some companies that could probably try and get maybe almost double of that for something like this. So I think this is priced rather reasonably when it comes to the selection of the exceptionality or the rarity of the instruments that are in here. And like I said, many of these are just some that I've never seen done in sample library form. And some of the ones that I have just weren't, in my estimation, just worth looking at, because they just don't live up to the technical standards. So I think that offering is actually super, super fair. And again, some of these, like some of the vocals, some of the pluck strings, some of the winds, the percussions there are just so good that I mean, they could make or break your score. So I mean, again, this is a conversation for a different time, but what is the value of that for you? That it's up to you to decide. But I find this pricing to be actually very, very reasonable. So cool. I think we'll end at that. If you have this at home or at your studio, please do let me know what you think, because I'm sure I missed many things and I would love to hear from you in that regard. And as always, please do let me know what you think of this video. Thank you for listening. Thank you for watching. I'll see you next time. Finished.